Y tú, nunca juraste que saldría ileso. ¿Qué? ¿Qué es eso? Ah, verdad, sí. Guau. Ay, ay, ay. No sé qué tanta música le bajé. Bueno, bienvenidos al día de hoy. Espero que se encuentren muy bien. Hola, buenas a todos. Bienvenidos. Esperemos que hoy todo salga de maravilla, porque todo apunta a que va a salir así. Vida, no es que estés perdida, no es casualidad. ¿A dónde? A ver, porque yo siempre he sabido que tú... Suena muy duro ese juego. Para mi gusto suena muy duro, sinceramente, el juego. Peor. Wow. ¿La categoría está bien? Creo que sí. Turu. Bueno, vamos a ver. No sé de qué va el juego ni cómo hay que jugarlo, ¿vale? Literalmente no sé cómo manejar este juego. ¿Por qué yo? Sé mi corazón. Y tú nunca juraste que saldría ileso. Ah, ¿por qué se demora tanto? Ah, vale, ya. Ah, que esto es por equipos. Vamos a ver cómo termina esto. Dios.
Your team has captured the near point. The enemy team have captured the far point.
What the fuck? No, me quedé sin con qué poder disparar. No, va fatal.
Your team has captured the midpoint.
Pero a mí no me va tan mal acá, ¿no? Entonces mi pregunta es por qué el juego va, si va fatal.
The enemy team has captured the midpoint.
Hasta el momento no entiendo por qué el juego va tan mal. Ah, con que eso hacía. No, qué juego para ir tan mal.
Your team has captured the far point.
Literalmente no veo hacia dónde voy. No, qué juego para ir tan mal.
The enemy team have captured the far point. A powerful robocraft has spawned for your team.
Pues claro.
They have taken the lead.
Y ahora se me trabó el visor. No, que huevo para ir metan del asco. Literalmente no sé cómo la torreta se me dañó.
Your team has captured the midpoint. The enemy team has captured the near point.
Es fatalísimo. Va del orto este juego. La mira no sé por qué se desubica.
Your team has captured the far point. Your team has captured the near point.
Y este... Eso de rata. Pedazo de rata inmunda. ¿Cómo me atacó?
Your team has captured the midpoint. We have taken the lead.
GG. GG a pesar de ir tan del asco. ¿Qué canción? Rocker. Racconer. Ah, ¿quieres esa? Bueno, la busco. A ver. To Kata. Uh, Suena bastante bien, ¿eh? Pero bueno, después de este fail, yo creo, vamos a quitar esta pendejada. ¿Qué juego para ir tan lagueado, sinceramente? Fatal. A mi gusto, fatal. O sea, para nada vale la pena. Uh. Dun, 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 dun. Una partida bastó para saber que, que el juego no vale la pena. Y aparte iba relagueado a saber dónde existen, dónde tiene esta gente los servidores. Por captura de juego no suele hacer mucho. Entonces no, toca es por modo de ventana. Entonces lo mejor en este momento es viciarnos al Genshin. Pero nada más la canción que me has pedido, ¿eh? Nada mal. Y es larguísima, güey. Me encanta. Tum. Si es que en un principio no te había entendido a qué te referías con eso. Gráficos 720 modo ventana, lo cual va a permitir capturarlo por modo de ventana completamente. Después lo cambio de nuevo a modo pantalla completa y no debería de afectar. Para nada afecta.
To survive hardship, you must prepare for
Vale, a
hardship.
ver. Ah, sí, soy con el nuevo equipo. Pero, dado que voy a hacer misiones de arconte, me voy con el equipo principal. ¿Cómo se está viendo en directo esto? Amigo. Ay, qué bien se siente esto. A ver. Pongámoslo a 45. Y pongámosle el blue. Amigo, what the fuck, es increíble que durante todo este tiempo lo que me hubiese estado afectando en directo para poder hacer directos haya sido de todo el speed chat. Y ahora que lo tengo desde el móvil, funciona mejor que antes.
As a good knight should.
No, tiré la ulti. Bueno, ya que tiré la ulti. Pero ahora que me acuerdo, lo mejor es no este equipo. Porque soy tonto y cambio los... Porque soy un poco tonto, lo admito. Y estos personajes no tienen sus debidos artefactos. Es que me toca utilizar el segundo equipo. Las 8 o 12, vale. 8 o 12. Esto no era... Soy mamón. Soy mamón, lo admito.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean.
¿Dónde? Ah, vale. ¿Por qué me toca ir hasta por allá? Uy, qué feo se ve con el blue. Puedo subirle incluso a los 60 y no verme afectado en directo. Quiero ver eso, quiero ver si no me afecta subirle a los 60 FPS y están en directo. No me afecta para nada, güey.
Let's move out.
Ya ha pasado tiempo desde que bla bla bla. Bla, bla.
Now for a little rest after. Wait a sec. Isn't something. Oh, today's
Sí.
our big day. We're supposed to leave the fortress.
Supuestamente salimos, supuestamente. Porque ya llevamos tiempo por fuera. A ver.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon sign.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up. Huh?
What's happening?
Ay, ¿ahora qué? No me diga.
I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Sí, era preguntarle al que posiblemente no sepa nada. Comienzo de una nueva vida. Ahora, ¿qué pasó con este man? ¿Qué debemos hacer con este man? Canon. Tiene buen ritmo.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
No necesitamos
The
nada.
earthquake.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface
Blah, blah,
and what occurs
blah.
underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would...
Huh. You've got a point. By the way...
I believe...
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yeah?
Sí, ya nos vamos.
It's you two. Are you
Ah,
leaving?
sweetie.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that... Oh, yeah. Paimon feels... Then be sure to come back.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to...
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so
Nah,
you do
sí,
have
claro.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must
Nah.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stick... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine, we should probably go...
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regards. You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the
Banana,
recent string
na,
of
na,
troubles.
na, banana, na, na, na. Hola, Tomás, ¿cómo vas? Bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás? Pide la canción que quieras, toma. ¿Dónde toca? Ah, verdad, el palacio. Vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa con esta mujer loca que la saqué sin querer. Pues andando con los pies, arre. Y no sé, acá bien. Monto todo bien, con el directo bastante bien. Porque pues digamos que como ahora ando con con el speed chat en el celular, ya no me está afectando en temas de rendimiento. O sea, parece
The
curioso.
Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Parece curioso que...
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Excuse me. Would you mind helping? I'll be right there.
No
Sorry, I've
sé.
got my hands full here.
Para que el
You
speed
can
chat lo
see-
tengo en el celular, me es más fácil estar atento a lo que
So
escriben.
busy. Seems a lot has been... Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime,
cosa
please have a
urgente.
seat.
Con
If you'd like
gusto,
to...
señor.
Alright, we just...
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish...
A saber qué estará pasando.
All right.
Hmm.
That should wrap the...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede.
That's right, and we came here to...
Bla, todo lo que ocurrió, sí.
A
Do you have any idea what that...
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary... A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently...
Immersed in primordial seawater? But
Ah, sí, que puedes pedir la canción que quieras.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes?
Otra
What is
pregunta.
it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too!
Un temblor, sí, claro. Ay, ahora todo el mundo le dio por encender directo, jódanse.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water level...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial
Blah, blah,
seawater,
blah.
then the situation in Poisson may be much worse.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's
O sea,
no
nos
time to
está
lose.
pidiendo
Let's
que
get
nosotros
going.
hagamos todo, como siempre.
Please be careful.
Como siempre, nosotros encargándonos de todo.
Leaving the Ministry of External Relations is definitely...
¿Hacia dónde hay que ir? Punto de teletransporte. Pero si el temblor fue por allá y donde estamos es por acá,
Oh no. What happened here?
o sea que el temblor fue en
Navia
todo
should
lado.
be around here, right?
Bueno, pues déjame buscártela. Una cumbia bien villera como esta. Que no sé, no soy de Argentina. Ah,
Let's move out.
no sé si de ese tipo te gusta.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young anymore.
Ay,
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You
what the fuck? ¿Qué pasó acá? Esa gente dice que le fue fatal. Pero porque lo puedo terminar de subir acá.
To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Se supone que ella no me va a afectar en directo. Tan, ta, ta, ta. ¿Y por qué si estaba todavía lejos?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Nave, la otra waifu.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in
Yes. As you can see, the water...
No, no llore, mijita. ¿Qué habrá pasado? No tengo idea.
There's a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué tiene que ver Joxy? ¿Qué te hizo el Joxy? ¿Te dio este tipo de canciones? ¿Verdad que si me pongo las gafas esta cosa no me va a capturar los ojos?
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty
He jumped down then.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood.
No,
I'll
yo
take
en
over his
inglés
search
no
and
me
rescue mission
termina
in
de
the meantime.
gustar.
All right. You'll... sorry.
Yo lo siento como si fuese
Where were we?
un... Me estoy alejando mucho de la cámara. No sé, a mí no me terminó de gustar en japonés.
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways.
Agua por
Before we
todas
knew it,
partes.
water started
Sospechoso.
pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Ah,
As the water levels rose, those who realized what was
¿verdad?
happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many
Sí.
were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't.
How awful.
¿Y eso por qué no?
All of this
No,
just came out of nowhere.
no
was quite frightening
puedes
indeed.
renderizarlo?
I only wish that.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
¿Se habrán
Sorry.
muerto los dos
I need
tontos?
to go for now.
Los dos
there she
secuaces de
goes.
ella.
Seems it might be.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best, Traveler. Paimon,
Huh? Right now?
thank you.
Sí. Y ni te atrevas porque en el momento está en... está pesando en celular 28 gigas. El celular está en 28 gigas, así que te aconsejo no instalarlo. Así que si te atreves a jugarlo, ten cuidado, vas a durar como 2 horas mínimo de descarga. Eso fue lo que yo duré.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are.
Navia?
Ay, no. No, ¿por qué? No, eso no.
What's wrong?
Sorry. I just.
No.
Malus and Silver.
Me lo imaginaba, me lo imaginaba.
What should I do, Pop?
Huh?
Sí,
What happened to them?
28 gigas. Eso me... Volverlo a instalar en mi celular, eso volvió a pesar. 28 gigas a una velocidad de promedio de 10 a 12 megabytes de descarga fueron 2 horas algo.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, they were helping evacuate the resident, and I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
No. Los amigos,
Everything
no.
looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that.
I can understand. Besides,
See, it's not just me.
No, no,
I
no,
always
no.
want to bring.
How could Master. Yet the cemetery.
buying yourself a plot in it.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop.
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense. In that case,
After all, besides you, Demoiselle.
No, no.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip?
No, pobrecita. Se quedó sin sus
I
mejores
promise to let
amigos.
them rest in peace here. But
No, pobrecita.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, Malus and Silver have helped me so much.
Chale, sí.
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett. So, everyone else is.
It's okay.
Sí.
I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost.
Right. Don't think that way, now. Malus and Silver were not
Mi
the
pregunta es
price
por
for
qué
saving
empezamos tan
anyone.
así.
You're right. What you said just now was.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Ay, ¿usted? Está loca.
the knave?
Is everything.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Wait. Do you?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Knob?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that, thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was
Tengo
nothing.
una canción justa para esta persona, creo. No, creo que no. A ver, no. Buscamos otra canción. Algo más movido. Pero que no sea tan movido, sino que también sea más doliente. A ver. Nah, pongo Kakurillo. Kutsu, Kukatsu, so many. Well,
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
dun, dun.
I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such,
No sé
do
qué
not
quiere,
be
pero
Without your help,
desde que no
there would
joda
have been
tanto.
many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by.
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people. and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've...
So, you're one...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, traveler, Paimon,
¿Ahora qué? ¿Qué quieres?
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
¿Sabes? A ver, espera a ver si lo puedo ver desde acá. Sí. En mi celular, de las 120 gigas, 128, tengo ocupadas 99. Incluyendo, obviamente, que todo eso lo ocupó los 28 del Genshin.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said you and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of... During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back... Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent... My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration.
No, claro, siempre te vas a ver jodido.
This disaster struck. And at present... We're all busy
So that's why
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher... Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
No, o sea, de plano son 28 descargas. O sea, anoche que yo volví a descargar Genshin de golpe, las 28 fueron de golpe. O sea, el celular apenas se me lo recuperé ayer, y esta mañana que dije, no quiero encender el computador, mejor lo hago desde el celular. Le descargué la aplicación porque obviamente no lo tenía en el celular, el instalador, y después del instalador 28 gigas de golpe.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Seguro que no habrá problema.
The members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you're not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you.
Oh, that's...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag a...
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring?
Well... I'm sad, yet there's no point in being Besides, I'm...
El problema es que si toca el agua puede morir.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say? All right. The ruins are to the south of...
Okay, the three of us will...
No tengo ningún teletransporte. En serio. Lo único que puedo usar es este. Ni me digas. O sea, imagínate. Te lo dato así rápido. El total de descargas 1.7 gigas, imágenes casi 1 giga, videos 18 gigas, audio 3 gigas, documentos giga y media, y aplicaciones 70 gigas. Así está mi celular lleno de cosas, y aún así todavía le quedan como 20 gigas.
Let's move out.
3 gigas libres apenas. No creo que te alcance, güey. Estás muy jodido.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty.
Let's go in and have.
Just be careful.
No. Sí, voy a ir. Ah, sí. Ah, sí, no hay problema, ¿verdad? Me estaba olvidando que que dos no tienen el nivel. Ah, pero aún así, pues vas a necesitar bastante, güey. Vale. Hola.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Yep. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Hold the line. This way turn a little.
A ver, luego por aquí. Si no me dicen, no me doy cuenta. Okay.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just... don't get Paimon wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Sí, nos toca a
I'll leave
nosotros
this to you.
mismos. Joder, ¿verdad?
Complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait?
The water levels here. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the
No,
exit
no,
just
no
up.
quiero que ella
Alright.
muera.
Come with us for now, then. Huh? Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Es que era obvio, no me iban a dejar pasar. Era obvio que me iban a pedir que pasara esto. No, ni lo descargues. Porque si no puedes la primera, mucho menos vas a poder la segunda. Pero ¿cómo quiere que llegue hasta allá? Ah. Trigo. Un rábano. Pero una pregunta. Cuando lo descargaste por primera vez, ¿te iba bien siquiera el launcher? Porque si cuando lo descargaste por primera vez lo siento, bro, no creo que sea buena idea que lo descargues. Y tiene que irte súper bien, incluso en el launcher.
There's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it.
Tiene que irte súper bien, incluso en el launcher, porque de lo contrario, el juego te va a dar halagazos, pero en cantidad. Córrele, mijo, córrele. No. ¿Qué pasó? Pero lo que te digo, te tiene que ir súper bien solo en el launcher, como para que te pueda ir fluido el juego normalmente. De lo contrario, no te va a ir fluido.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself.
Yes, it...
That's quite possible. However...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dove. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
We were headed to see how...
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
Estos no son los que
Been
desaparecieron.
great. Thanks to your help, they were knocking at my door day and...
Sometimes, for...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we...
Did you...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In
Yo
that
sí
case,
decía,
we'll swap
dudaba
out some of the decorative
dudé en
plants
el
for some
momento en
of...
que esa
Very
vaina se activó modo vista de combate.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just...
Oh?
¿Qué pasó, güey? No me sirve de mucho solo estar viendo ahí.
Look, it's Navia! She's...
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
Es como un recuerdo, como una
There are a
ilusión.
lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinate...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many... We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You...
Huh?
Esto está bastante raro.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed...
Oh, well, if that's...
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here for—
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only—
She was born a free and independent—
Her actions cannot— Please do not mistake her.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
What?
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all once—
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge—
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that is—
My head.
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree,
Sí, todos esos deben ser un montón de muertos.
and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier, even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that don't let them escape? We shall—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not
Esto se está
resist.
poniendo raro.
This judgment is fair and
¿Se
just.
está muriendo?
Navia.
No, ya la vi, ya la vi, ya la vi. Es una de esas de agua.
After all that happened, she should not
Es
be left
eso.
alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be in—
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us! Miss Navia.
Silence!
That's—
What the?
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented
Ay,
are
no
nonsense
entiendo qué
and cannot
pasa.
constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no—
Our thanks.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still—
But
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to lead.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this—
No.
Malus, Silver.
Despídase.
You must come.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
De seguro Nuevo debe estar ahí. Seguro. Sobrado.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to—
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you—
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Ay, ahora qué pasó.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's no—
I merely thought that we should give Navia some—
Huh? What?
I suppose— Sigewinne! I hope all is well with her these days. her work in the fortress.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head
Una
nurse.
frase prohibida.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him...
Thank you. I have indeed been...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet,
Yet?
this isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
What?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one's going to the party! Let's get going then!
Incinerate!
No. Otra vez no. Ese puente se va a caer.
Allow me!
Ese puente se va a caer.
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
Que con cuidado, ni que 8 cuartos. Joder. No espera que se me recargara la estamina. ¿Y ahora por qué se trabó? A la miércoles.
Let's move out. Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Roll.
¿Y qué, perros?
Sharing my knowledge.
Invisible evidence!
Torrents, bring refuge!
Come a little closer.
Otra vez no.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up! Let's move out.
Yeah.
Allow me! Roll!
You're in for a little shock. Don't be such a brute.
¿Y este berraco?
I'm seeing stars. Everyone hold hands! Rest and rebuild! Uphill battle! This may hurt a little. No,
Ve, ¿a estos que les dio?
to enjoy this too much.
Boom boom! Breath of the flame! Hold the line! Covenant of the deep!
A brash maneuver!
Commit it to memory!
You're in for a little shock.
Allow me! Fatigue is setting in.
Come a little closer.
Qué pendejos tan mamones.
Hold the line!
Dan energía, se duermen de noche y se vive de día. Nagida quedó al borde de la muerte. Es que policías, hay religiones, hay ateísmo, hay capitalismo y comunismo. Nagida quedó al borde de la muerte, literalmente.
Hold the line!
Literalmente solo lo voy a usar para...
Allow me!
¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó, Tomás? Uy, hijo de madre. Ah. Quiero entender cómo funciona este lugar, pero creo que es preguntar demasiado cómo funciona. Cuphead, brutal.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Sí.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Cosas en los muros, ¿cómo no?
Stone slates. It seems like they...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first...
The surrounding walls also show...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its...
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
And is that Lady Furina in the 3rd image?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exact...
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Tal vez de ahí viene la profecía.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ain't...
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at this. Says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it does.
Still, Paimon feels like these...
Huh. That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Arc...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents...
But who would have created these slates and left...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Yo sigo pensando, como siempre. Claro, obvio. Salir.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat!
Creo que era aquí, ¿no? Sí, esta parte se lo hace, pero necesito lo otro. Es que no veo acá directamente los canjes.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about this. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Estadística no me interesa. Es que no veo. No puedo verlo. ¿Qué dice? Sé que también. Así que si quiere.
Are you
Bueno.
really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty.
Alright, we'll leave.
I will be carefully
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. All right.
Ah, sí, cómo no.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a
Yay! And there's good food
¿Qué hace
Is
esta?
that who I think it is? Huh?
No serás. ¿Qué hace esta loca acá?
It's you two. What are...
Mona, ¿qué está haciendo acá esta loca?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a...
Sí, claro.
In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I... Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a lot.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology.
Terrible!
Horrible completo.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dormanport, and I traveled with the old hag for...
Oh, that's a good thing then.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water,
Obvio.
I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel, and the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected fun.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, but on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hex and Zirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Sí, necesito saber.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't all...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing!
Oh, well, this is something...
That's the greatest of astrologers!
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
Sí, váyase.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help.
Sí, no sé, eso está bastante raro.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go sing the...
¿Cuánto te he dado? ¿Dónde toca ir? Y la pregunta más importante, ¿a dónde estamos? ¿Qué el nombre de tu guía? ¿Qué es lo que me cuesta? ¿Qué es solo retos? No te quiero ser mamá. Envíale No, ¿en serio qué le pasó a esta cosa? No sé qué le pasó a esta cosa. Bueno, otro día se arreglará.
Let's move out.
Leaving the Ministry of External Relations was definitely the right decision.
The food in the cafeteria is
Sí, vamos a entrar,
we
no
were
se
lucky enough to make
preocupe.
it in.
You're here! Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have got...
Ay, ahora, ¿qué pasó?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You look at this. This is a list.
Entiéndalo, pendeja.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found them in some
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't.
I'll ask you again. My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange
tú
that I know
estás
nothing?
loca.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations. There are several indications this is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be. Nor are you a fool.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my... Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as... That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh! The opera's about to...
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't...
Sí, salió
I
toda
assume
loca.
you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached... Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. We may have to create a situation in which she will have...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we might...
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but... We must prevent the prophecy from This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too But who will lend us their aid to...
¿A quién vamos a buscar? Me preocupa la clase de gente que vamos a buscar. Porque sé que no van a ser todos normales.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's present.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural.
That's what families should do.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off.
Sí.
How about you, friend?
Preminent.
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear
Incluso
that
este
I will
loco.
cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonder...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
¿Cómo?
You might
De
be
verdad
right.
es que me preocupa
Anyway,
cuando hacen
To
eso.
cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our...
Oh? How in...
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause.
Huh?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to...
I see.
He is glad that you consider him your...
Ay. Ahora, ¿qué va a decir?
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were young.
I've also gone diving to...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host, though that was their name. They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. Taking up arms in a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometime so, if we were to build a trap together, right now.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and...
Calm and steady. Exactly.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did.
Ah,
And
sí,
that would
claro.
be a good way to go about it.
Blah, blah,
If
blah.
they're realistic...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any... But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be
Eficaz, ¿cómo
effective,
no?
but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike,
Pero ¿para
we
quién
would
en la
need a
trampa?
powerful implement. However, that also goes for...
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Ay, esperen que me están escribiendo al WhatsApp. Ay, me cayó el micrófono. Ay. Volvemos acá. Listo. Tenemos 100 veces más valentía que para cazar.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Dice que lo que quieren es atraparla. Indagaron los secretos de un dios, pero deciden asumir el riesgo para evitar que fuerte. Ni un cazador ni una presa, sino la posibilidad de tender una trampa. Eso es lo que necesitan, una trampa. Ok, vamos a tentarle la trampa a alguien. ¿Qué hay acá? Hay algo acá que se me marca en el mapa. Ah, es esto. Mira pues. Ya está, ¿esto es donde estamos? Ah. Esta canción es muy pesada. Mejor.
Let's move out.
Esta canción es viejísima.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone... it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any... After all, you're the most reliable person in the world. Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that couple...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgot?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may...
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on.
Con que son estas locas de... No me acuerdo qué.
As seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners, where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that...
Muy bien, entonces.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are ultimately. Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen into... This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice.
No entiendo la pista que dio.
Alright, Kami. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird pen. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte.
Charlotte.
You remember her, right? That I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But
Sí, bastante.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must true.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know.
Sí.
Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of death. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate, but even
Inamovible,
so,
¿cómo no?
I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we...
O sea que es inevitable la guerra o qué carajos.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But, hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like... Let's walk around the city, shall we?
Hoy me
There's a few
sabe
spots we always like to walk by.
miércoles por la tarde que llegas, ni siquiera muestras la misa negra y maletas en la puerta. Solo me quedé y fue pura dureza. ¿Se puede por aquí? No. Sí, por acá sí. Me veo malevo de tu amor, moribundo y lleno de dolor. Bueno, venga, esto es por fuera. Esto es por fuera, yo cabezón. Tengo con disimulo.
Breathtaking.
¿Aquí qué hay? Ah.
Huh? Our names are written... Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given... Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The traveler... Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the... Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines...
La tercera.
Paimon's hungry.
No sé, hay cosas que no me convencen todavía. No entiendo mucho de lo que está pasando, pero... Todo está muy tranquilo.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur
Wait! say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and
Ay, qué bonito.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more no, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call beings...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to this... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You'd...
Qué bonita.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Qué motivación de esta peladita. Pues ahora no.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Nah, sí, claro, ¿cómo no? Ve acá.
Some nerve! You just used us to make some...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Well, Paimon knows you're not like...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here. So she mentioned me? What?
She said that you're a real dick.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request...
Huh? So your article in the paper...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Hacer. Sí, eso es verdad.
About it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be... But anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Ahora, ¿dónde
Sea breeze and
vamos?
scenery can be a pretty soothing Paimon's been thinking.
¿Qué piensas?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask if you could choose.
Ay, no cerraron la puerta. Estoy acá.
Sí, yo sé que está ahí.
Bueno. Bueno, cierra la puerta. Que entran y no cierran la puerta. ¿Qué están haciendo este par de pendejos?
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't stopped. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait.
Ay. Navidad regresa a la sede y toma el México. Todo parece ir bien. Parece.
Feels like he'll grow mold if you... But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Isadora?
You're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mero. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass... Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But...
So what happened after that? Is
Eso es
Furina
verdad.
okay?
Eso es verdad. Eso no lo niego. La gente cuando siempre se apoya en Dios. Siempre dicen, ay Dios, ay Dios. Pero cuando pasa algo, ¿quién es el que le primero que preguntan? Hola, sobrinita. No, es que acaba de pasar algo de una frase que dijo acá el NPC que es muy cierta. O sea, la gente se apoya casi toda su vida en alguna creencia y cuando ocurre algún problema es el primero que acusan. ¿Cómo
Seeing
vas?
that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only one...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Me imagino. Debe ir, no debe estar haciendo nada, pero debe estar que arde esa computadora.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hand... Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping...
Is that
Ay,
so?
ay,
Well...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation.
Dios, debe ir.
She'll look for a
No
place
debe
to
ir
wait
mal.
out the heat.
Debe ir fatal.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't... It would be hard for her to ignore... Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the
Sí,
opportunity
yo creo que debe estar allá.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Uy, entonces me imagino, ese almacenamiento no debe ser de 128 tal vez.
In that case, there's not a moment...
Porque no sé, yo no he tenido problema. Mi PC tiene 1 tera y el celular tiene 128.
This place looks... Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Pues sí, ahí está. Ahí está, ¿qué más quieres?
That's Furina, right over there.
Should I just give up? What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina, it's just... So, Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Say Phantom are freaking out right next.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just... that's against the rules.
Furina just ran off! Quick,
Pues habrá que alcanzarla.
On the question. ¿Dónde carajo está mi coche? Lentejas, arroz y el... No, ¿dónde carajo está mi almuerzo? Porque no fue lo mismo que quedó. Ah, no, eso no, antes estaba pudriéndose. Quiere pudrir un pedazo de pollo. Al menos traté de salvarlo comiéndomelo. Así que si mañana amanezco jodido, es mi problema. Entonces, ¿qué es lo el trocito de carne de cerdo que ahí está con la papa. Y arroz y papa. ¿Cuántos de papa? Las que estoy viendo porque huele a lo mucho como una o dos.
There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the...
What is this place?
Esa cajita es porción de cerdo.
Ya del tipo es un mazo de...
Y
¿qué
hago mañana?
Las tres que hay están. Bueno.
¿Lo que están entre la nevera?
Sí, las que están abajo.
Bueno.
Pero espera, con tal mucha gente no ve esto.
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is war...
Para que no te muestre el disco duro. Sinceramente no tengo ni idea.
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding and...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the
Esperamos que
evacuation
funcione.
should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson...
Sí, a ver,
It's
habla.
true. I've been investigating the Prophet. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
A esperar entonces.
I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
No, no llores, Sensaku. ¿Qué? Ay, Daniel, no joda. No me joda. Es una niña. Pendejo. Que se mate. Sí, lo ideal sería que lo hicieran normal. No podemos enemistarnos contra los demás. Lo que vaticina la profecía al final se cumplirá.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially after we almost
Completamente,
lost
se fue
Poisson.
corriendo como un berraco.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeyed, but just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will...
Le dije que era su año y se fue corriendo.
For now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden. Don't take any of what I just said
Loca.
seriously.
How could... Come on! Paimon could have sworn...
Share, my bird. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Sí, completamente.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from, and if Tevat is in its entirety a show on a stage, if...
Bueno, momento de la verdad. No me jodas. No me jodas. ¿Y ahora
Ladies
qué?
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed.
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the...
May I interpret these words as your refusal? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Uh-oh.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Nah, tramposa.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how odd.
Lady Furina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true... This time, I will... applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous... Mark my words.
This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! Woohoo! Oh, now we're making...
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
Alright then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so?
Ya iba a hablar. Ya iba a hablar y esa gente hizo su locura.
Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to force...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more... Moreover, according to our understanding, we arranged for a second group to lie...
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than some...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranez. Was an Archon. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the... We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion... Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage,
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champ...
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me, and you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here. Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
Me acuerdo de casi todo.
The Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see that this is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Las Serinas.
Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. The fortress
La
of Meripede was,
Fuente,
according
La
to Monsieur
Ballena.
Nervilette. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navi. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably...
Hay mucha información y no lo quiero leer.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervy. Just fast fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the...
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
¿Cómo? Esto está más interesante.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the...
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the... Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine,
obvio que
a
no
member
lo
of
eres,
the
tú eres
Seven
solo
and
una
the Regina of
sustituta.
all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be any...
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't...
Yeah, I've never questioned her...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show... If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how d...
¿Por qué ha podido Furina vivir tanto tiempo a pesar de ser humana? Ay, es que no sé cuál de todas pueda servir. ¿Servirá de algo esto? Es que no quiero meter la pata.
Sound right.
Uf.
That doesn't sound right.
Ninguna de esas dos sirvió, ok. Vamos a la reunión con el chino, a ver.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might... But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Furina has...
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and God...
Se puso bueno.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am mere... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do... For centuries, manifestations of my authority have... One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this...
A ver. ¿Qué pruebas demuestran que Furina no es quien controla la sentencia de Nobile? Esa es 100% seguro.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to...
I never thought you'd use that...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated...
So,
A ver,
you
habla.
neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned
The real Hydro Archon. Well, it is true that I did not know why, but the Oratries handed out that verdict unilaterally. And you can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Origin.
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
You don't need to go.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their... Thus did I give up all of my divine power.
Sí, claro.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
Sí.
Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Uy, eso es duro.
it seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Antes no la cree ella.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't please? You've got...
no lo
What the
harán.
prosecutor said is true. She really has committed.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of
Todos
our
los
parents and
está
grandparents too?
poniéndose
And
rojos.
all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Entonces, ¿será ese? Creo que sí es este.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends.
La quieren disolver prácticamente.
Would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your... But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Oh,
and I must remind you,
la
that after
para...
the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any... I do hope you'll act prudently, and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she...
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of
Pues que es otra la espalda y la pared,
Well, of
tiene que
course you
hacerlo.
could tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
Está entre la espalda y la
That could only
pared.
mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please...
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina,
A la
you may return
miércoles.
to the defense.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the
Es
head
que eso
nurse
era
to
lo que
serve
yo
as an expert
pensaba.
witness.
O sea, ¿cómo le iban a dar algo directo? No creo.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please think about it. How can you conclusively Also, if I want...
Nadie le cree. ¿Qué justicia hay en eso?
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Sé que no la conté.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think that...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
No, no me gusta el efecto. Algo va a pasar.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Esto se puso bastante extraño para mí incluso. A la final la profecía se cumplió.
The oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's...
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
¿Sí, cuál es el problema?
The exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro to be punished via the death...
Pena de muerte. ¿Cómo?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her this...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its... Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that...
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our... But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the...
Sí, eso está bastante raro.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find—
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Font...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
¿Cuál? Listo. Ni idea. Viejos alarma de que es.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point, however, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three.
No sé, va a salir una nueva mecánica. Ay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by... That reminds Paimon, didn't we? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen.
A ver. La primera es corroborar. Es que el único caso.
Sound quite right.
¿Me escucho?
That doesn't sound quite.
Ay, esto está bastante raro. A ver, no es ninguno de estos.
That doesn't sound quite.
Entonces, ¿qué es? ¿Será lo de este tonto?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontaine and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Ah, ok, vale. Era eso. Encontrar retrata a Celestia flotando en el cielo y el arconte Hidro y su pueblo arrodillados mientras la miran. Aún así parece que Celestia los castigó.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened, but the true sin of the Hydro
Sobre el
Archon that
auténtico
Nuevo had
pecado
mentioned, and
de
the
Hydra,
original
la imagen
sin
de que se
cast
les
down on the
castiga
people
con
of
pecado
Fontaine by Celestia.
y a la gente de Fontaine. Ok. Sigue esto. Retrata al arcontero hundiéndose en el mar y rodeada de muchas personas.
It's not as simple as falling
Bueno,
into the sea. When
2 de
Navia
4.
fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea.
Bueno, y la última. Lo que retrata contiene casi a la perfección con la profecía. Al final, toda la gente de Fontaine se disolvía en el mar y solo queda el arcontero sentado en su trono llorando. A ver. Lo único que me sirve acá es esto.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial
De hecho, la
seawater,
gente de
which we
Fontaine
know can
va a
cause
disolver.
Fontanians to dissolve.
No es posible que la
It
profecía
seems
sea
if we
verdad.
hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Pero claro, ¿cuál es la verdad? ¿Qué es lo que en verdad pasó? Ay, tan cerca y tan lejos. Acabé de una vez.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Lenny, we're...
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw every...
Indeed.
La...
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia, but that could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weak. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher...
Ay, esa va a ser una nueva cinemática. Pero vamos a ver.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to... Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon that... However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, not one to give in, She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars she poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history.
So we were all
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death?
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is the nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her conscience... Therefore, the meaning of that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon. Yes, it refers to our presence.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will...
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled?
Traveler, I would like to point out another about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once.
¿Te refieres a...? ¿Cuál es el
This
verdadero?
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
A ver. Es muy probable que la catástrofe vaticinada por la profecía comience en este lugar. No, la defensa de Linnea tampoco. Durante la... No, esto no me sirve. A ver. ¿La ballena será?
It was both dream
bueno.
and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be...
Sí.
The truth, the original sin.
¿No? ¿O sí? ¿Sí o no? Todavía no me tiene. Bueno, creo que sí, ya llegó el fin. Vale. Esto es seguro de una pelea. Estoy seguro de una pelea. ¿Y este loco? ¿A qué horas volvió? Esto es una batalla, pero no ha terminado. Uh-oh.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the star. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanian. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a pack...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that witch. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster...
It is too late.
Demasiado.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still...
That's not... We've already done everything we can. We've come so...
Indeed. That's not...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Sí, es normal.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will...
Poniendo las cosas han tenido que salir así. Es imposible luchar contra el destino. Un momento, el destino.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the god, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future.
Algo, pero ¿qué es ese algo? ¿La analizadora? Ay, no me diga que terminó así.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Esto no puede terminar así. Pero... Vean. ¿Qué? No entiendo nada. Solo sé que va a morir. O algo así. No, qué hermosa se ve.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your...
You are not Furina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to
Fusolo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine, one was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. She knew full well that the prophecy would end as one of the seven. She also knew full well that one defies the heavenly... So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I had to outwit the heavenly principles. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria... Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro-Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dared... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as... Her strengths were of a kind only a... But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect.
¿no sabes de R34?
She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then all part of the plan, of course. The plan to Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled,
bueno, no
I
busques.
invited Furina under the
Y solo
curse
espero
I
que no
placed
sea
on
eso.
her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger. I cannot begin to...
It has indeed. And although she is innocent, it's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely,
desapareciendo o qué?
And
O sea que si es para R34.
Let's move out.
Vamos a darle un toque de suspenso a esto. Caminando suavemente hacia ella, lenta.
oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name.
¿Por qué
Just
no
be
me
off with
miras?
you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Obvio, es lo importante.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Come a little closer.
Allow me!
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Thrust and rebuild! This may hurt a little.
My, come a little closer. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Shock. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Incinerate!
Ay, no me distraiga en el momento.
Commit it to memory.
You're in for a little shock.
Hold the line.
You're in for a little shock.
Ay, dame un momento porque estoy acá ocupado. Sí, es normal que cuando pongan ese tipo de voz tengan otro objetivo.
Let's move out.
Sí, dale porque tú debe ser como bastante. Pero son las 9, claro, tienes como las 11, 11:30. What? What? ¿Y por qué? ¿Es un espejo?
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this
Obvio.
be?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror Me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the water.
Sí, esa parte ya la sé.
Very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontaine.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope as for the suffering. But if the prophecy will come true, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine...
I suppose this would also... Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to
play as...
That's right. You must begin a never... If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself and being a human yourself. I'm sure you already remember. Your true challenge will not be pursue.
I'm still not sure I understand, but... So, how long am I going to...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage, but I promise you, all will...
A trial, huh?
No puedo correr, no puedo hacer nada, me toca ir caminando lentamente. Sí, ya sé que toca ir ahí. Y lo vamos a hacer de la manera más dramática. Subiendo por las escaleras. Ay, déjeme terminar.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But what should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. But as the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all with... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Uy, la están matando.
She's being so modest. What's the...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone... Right. Mirror Me said that I just need to calm down, Furina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt.
Claro, concéntrese, mija.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come on to this... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then,
Let us...
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside?
Personality. It's quite shocking.
No, esa canción no sirve para el momento.
Look than before.
Puede que sí.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Vale, sí.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera epic...
¿Más? ¿Cuándo va a acabar esto? Solo quiero que acabe. Bueno, al menos ya corre. Pues...
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your...
Come now, was I not just at the... Besides, none of these trials...
if I may be so impertinent, what
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grab...
No need for fright,
ya que
and
estás,
do not take what I've said before too seriously.
¿Cómo ves el directo? ¿Lo es fluido, normal? Porque es que tengo una duda muy seria. Creo que el speed chat era lo que estaba afectando el rendimiento en el directo, en cualquier directo como tal. Porque como ahora lo tengo en el celular.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for...
No need to thank me. Or rather... I'm... All right. Deoteria, is it? How is...
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer.
Oh, good.
No me digas que ya canjeaste agua. Como te conozco, ya sé que me habrás canjeado agua. ¿En serio? Ah, sí, ya lo vi. Vale. Seguiré acá. Pero eso yo que ya la habrás canjeado. Eso fue el mes pasado. Yo no sé por qué todavía siguen marcadas las del mes pasado. Ah, vale, te faltan todavía puntos. Esta fue la de este hombre. Y la de Sakumaki. A ver, estoy terminando de esto porque quiero acabar ya. Pero no sé cómo.
Lady Furina, Here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
Los ha gastado todos.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy...
well, as I understand it...
Yo sé que ahorita como en 5 minutos le marcará 300 puntos y puede comenzar a canjear.
I'm afraid that they haven't found any of...
Is that so? Well...
Tengo sueño.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment, but it's good to see that everything's getting...
Es que quiero ya terminar esto.
I just... Alright.
Acto 4. Jódete.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Ay. Ya quiero acabar esto.
Lady Furina, I've...
Indeed, my dear
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I don't think I let anything slip today. I just... I feel utterly exhausted.
Ay, esta vaina que va a acabar. No me diga que entró en bucle. Sí, ha entrado en bucle. Ha entrado en bucle. Entró en bucle. This is the bucle.
It's... I've heard that the first member... Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite
Está perdiendo la cabeza.
No wonder. No wonder.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined.
Entró en bucle.
Reached my limit. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this.
No puede ser, eso está larguísimo.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden, although I don't know what you might be keeping.
Sí, eso yo...
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be, just share it with me.
A witness. Yes. I
Sí,
heard
temazo.
that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars.
Sí, ya sabía que me ibas a obligar a tragar agua.
Never belonged here.
Ay. De hecho, tengo que ir por más, así que... Sí, ya tomé, eso es lo que necesito. Necesito ya recargar el agua.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show... He's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of... No, Furina. You shouldn't be... But what if... Furina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an
Sí,
outrageous thing to
cálmese,
do
necesito
anyway?
saber cómo termina esto.
Someone, if you let this opportunity think about it long and hard.
Si no lo tuviera con cooldown, me imagino que usted estaría ahí, dele.
No, I have nothing to say. I am for all you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my...
Fine.
Ay, pero esta historia no termina. ¿Por qué? Acabo de una vez.
Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once...
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even one, it seems that trusting humanity was...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the... It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the...
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so. Alas, your understanding of this in truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will I mean, did you my work over these last 500 years has been to but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
Nah, no me diga que va a ser lo mismo que con como pasó en Sumeru, que esta loca se terminó matando. Nah.
It was all a part of your plan then. Both the
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only... But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In
Bueno, se me calman.
The authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Bueno. A ver. Calma.
Oh,
Calma.
What? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite... Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
No.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly... Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly principle... I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original... Speaking of justice... I have always believed that justice... So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside,
The descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in other words. Existence was Egeria's justice. And to me,
sí.
justice is the continue defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alone, you are a devious. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Entonces, ¿cómo va a terminar? Vale, cinemática.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and
Ay,
humans
no leo
have in
nada,
common.
está muy clarito.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No. O sea que él va a tomar la Genesis. Furina. Ah, bueno, cabrón. Ahora.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Wow. A la miércoles. Espérense. ¿Ya cuántos lleva canjeados? Ay, déjame terminar esta historia. Estamos ya. No sabe tan mal. Creí que va a ser peor.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive...
It's time to end this. We must meet...
Didn't you say just...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the Come with me, traveler.
Claro, con gusto. No me cagues agua. Esto va a ser una pelea. Es obvio que va a ser pelea. Cerraron la ventana y ya está entrando frío. Va a salir aquí.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordials. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together.
Pues si no le logro hacer nada de daño.
Feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Motion to compel.
Prácticamente no le estoy haciendo nada.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Allow me!
Ah, tanto solo para la cinemática. What the? ¿Y usted quién es?
Rusty, rebuild! Roll!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Pues si no le está haciendo nada.
Hold the line.
¿Qué quiere que le haga si no me puedo ni acercar?
Witness the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Pero yo cómo lo hago. Lo único que pasa en el momento es correr de este güey.
Hold the line.
Come a little closer.
Billowing surge.
You're in for a little shock. Surrender, Nuevo.
Invisible evidence.
No es ese el supuesto poder que me iba a proteger.
Oh no, I'm gonna ruin my gloves.
Eso era. ¿Y esta? ¿Y esta dónde salió? ¿Quién es ese? ¿De dónde salió?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple... Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point. But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said, it's just that he gave us the impression that she was the...
I simply did not have anything to say to her weak. But you, on the other hand... So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to rate. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might...
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost just... So what sort of person is your master?
¿Quién es?
Right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Ay, sí.
His name is Sertologi.
¿Qué?
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I...
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Sí, esa canción es bacana, me la recomendaron hoy.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also... But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Ron...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it explains that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Pero...
Not to worry. Focalor has...
Sí, eso fue lo que ya pasó, entonces...
In the end,
explíquelo.
the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
What? No, no, no. Si se supone que lo que se hizo fue para evitarlo.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
¿Cómo?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Ah, ok. Todo vuelve como la normalidad. Ah, no, es el barco que le había dejado el papá. Ah, no.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
Es este loco. Ah, qué en el momento.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
No entiendo nada.
It's a miracle! Waters receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
No, sí era cierta, pero sí, no se cumplían otros objetivos.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
No sé, dejaban las ventanas abiertas. Daniel fue el que lo hizo. Necesito saber cómo va a terminar esta cosa.
The soul renewed. The Spina Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently old soil can still give birth to Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that
con que estos locos
miracle, they would find it all
lo que estaban queriendo hacer con esto.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like real...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With a disaster, the value for these big scoops lies in their Edwin's assistant.
Sí, pero ¿qué pasó con el resto?
True flying ship. Paimon's curious too. And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with.
Are you sure? Hasn't he?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson.
Este lugar está más loco. y murieron 3.
Rest and rebuild.
¿A dónde dices de ir primero? El acto final, sí. ¿Dónde? Esperemos que sí sea el acto final porque ya estoy cansado. Anju, Shashi. Sí, porque falta esta loca.
Navia!
Falta la loca de
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a... I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt's. Our residents are hard at work as well.
¿Qué pasará
Thanks
con
to
ella?
everyone, work is progressing.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers.
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know...
Forget it.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo gets...
Increíble.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Bastante rápido.
Speed is of the essence when it comes... Also, not to brag, but
wow, you...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Merit.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make...
That's a very...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's...
You're right. I've got to tread...
Stay safe now.
Yo pa' dónde voy.
Tell me if you hear...
Ahora está el... Ay, acaba de una vez.
Again, huh? There's a real
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the...
Of course. I'm here.
It's an honor to finally meet the...
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then. This way.
Ay. Acabe de una vez. Necesito que acabe.
Hey, no need to be so
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face...
Sir, please don't...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jury...
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually... The boat that brought about a miracle... Still, if I might have...
Looks like Charlotte's...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos...
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try...
Sijui.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuane. Over this way. Let's...
Sure. Do I have to swear?
Obvio.
So, how have things been at the front?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions...
You're too kind, sir.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh?
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news.
Oh, actually, what...
What change can there be? The fortress will... As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folk.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Ya nos podemos ir.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next...
Maybe. Who knows? I might... All right. Last stop, the docks.
Creo que es un lugar que no tengo desbloqueado. Ah, sí. Ah, no, es hacia el otro lado. Ah, para aún así me voy a tirar. Yo que me voy a poner a andar de pendejo. Bajando. Perfecto. Un aterrizaje perfecto.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Sí.
Apparently, they've been...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Sí.
Would you
Estamos...
like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be
Ay,
used
no me
to
digas
carry
que ya
many
cambiaste
things.
más agua.
The water level has returned to normal. But if you see any of your things floating
Lo
around, you
sabía.
can use this to carry them.
Va.
Or you could trick a friend into doing it for
Es
you.
que lo sabía, sabía que me iba a escribir para decirme agua. Blah. Ay, pues no acabo esta joda.
Trick a friend?
La
You
mirada.
could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Se puede hacer que un amigo. Ouch.
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your
oh.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine so...
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
No.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as
No.
an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte's...
Got it.
Ay, ese enfoque solo esa
My,
cosa
that Charlotte is
sospechosa.
rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's...
that's all right. We were more than happy to help. So...
Oh, I guess you... After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Ay, ¿por qué? 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 Ay.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord... Furthermore,
No, ya no los
did...
quiero.
That's true, but this is a gnosis...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about...
Ay, todas, ¿por qué? No, ya, Paila, ya perdimos.
was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So
De hecho, yo
shocked
todavía
by such
tengo
a
la
simple
esta, ¿eh?
switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Necesito saber, sí,
That
porque
is
ya
our
prácticamente
duty
se
as
las llevan todos.
harbingers. Yeah, don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. But switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be
Ay,
achieved
ya
alone,
que...
and you've
No,
proved
ya es una
yourselves to be
pérdida.
great partners. A vision.
Nice.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello?
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like.
Ay, 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 ay,
The
ay.
sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
Bolsos mágicos.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic.
Ay,
I
ya
guess
me
this must
cansé de
be
la
life.
mano.
We will. All right then.
Ya la mano se me cansó
We'll
de
be handing-
tanto dar skip.
Guess we said Charlotte, huh? Should we go see how Nivelette's doing? As long as he's not so big.
¿Me puede tener? Vale, me sirve. Ay. La cuestión es que obviamente todo este recorrido sí me toca a pata. No. No. Balanceado tampoco.
Let's move out. The entrance to the fortress. Ooh, he really is there.
O sea, mi pregunta es la siguiente. Si la entrada es acá, sí, yo soy de electrónica. Mi pregunta es, ¿por qué si la entrada del fuerte es acá, el fuerte está acá? No entiendo. ¿Será que es un solo mecanismo o cómo es la vaina? Ah. Ay, ay, ay.
So, you really are here, Nivelette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering
Ay,
reaching...
ay, ay.
Paimon's glad that you remember. All right, let's have it then. How was fun?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter...
Sí, cuente la verdad. Sí, salvo.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitution. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving... Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Demasiadas.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they
vale.
Hang on a second. Paimon, back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming...
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Vale.
Yeah, about that. Risley's...
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. Before I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still gotta...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothes. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her, but now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor, the Hydro Archon.
Y yo la llamaba loca.
Now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on,
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its high. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall...
That's true. That power was derived from the people's fate. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
La Genosis, sí.
That's right! They say you've given it to the...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need... As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Bueno, por ese lado se lo valgo, sí, porque en parte supuestamente la Gnosis tenía parte de su poder. Sí.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving...
Pero
I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide. So all I can do is tell you what I know about that. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh, interesante.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like a... There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Guerra. No, porque solo guerra.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough cousin.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still... When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude toward... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Estaba hablando con esa loca. ¿Qué fue lo que habló este hombre? Me impacienta esto.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Tienes en tu cuerpo los restos del tercer descendido.
Remains? I've never heard of any.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you...
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to...
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the...
Next time, you believe we will...
I do.
Obvio.
Wait. I have a disciple of my...
¿Cómo es que aprendiz? ¿Quién es tu aprendiz? Ah, verdad. Me olvido de las cosas de un momento para otro. Increíble.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove you...
The remains of the third... So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it. Which is why you get...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary... I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come. I wonder.
Like being able to use elements? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once child recovers, let's get some more answers out of...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
All right. Whatever the case...
Yes. All of...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's... I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if life flows like water, and what ultimately?
Por fin. Ahora, si no estoy mal, ya puedes bloquear. Esta tonta pedo lo haré mañana. A ver, tienda. Solo puedo, bueno. Es que no sé si comprar. Me quedé sin nada, bueno. Servirá de algo. Tengo 3. Nada. Que sea Charlotte. Coley no la había sacado. Pero ya no me vuelve a dar algo todo. Y soy tonto, no tiré en el banner de armas. Listo, ya.
To survive hardship,
Volví a
you
quedar
must
pobre.
prepare for hardship.
Listo. ¿Qué fue? Coley, constelación. Ya, creo que eso es todo. Ya no hay nada más que hacer acá. No hay nada más que hacer. No me jodan más. Ay, Dios mío. Sí, ya no hay nada más que hacer. Yo me quiero largar ya. Bueno, es todo. Chao. No quiero saber más de este juego. Ya me tiene, pero para mandarme hasta el próximo año. Así que bueno, chao.